Hello, please. Hello, please. Oh, I didn't update. Click update. There we go. I always forget to update my titles before I start. I feel like that's probably important. Although it should update. Let's see what YouTube named it. I did update it. Okay, so it updates on YouTube. Okay, so maybe it doesn't matter that much. Okay, there I am on Twitch. Hello, please. Thank you, please. YouTube, yes. Okay. What are we doing today? Last night it was a good stream. I like last night's stream. It's fun. What we got up to was serializing the nav map. Uh-oh. Let's turn that off. I was doing some garbage collection shenanigans here. GC dot, what was it, like show? Oh Jesus, I forgot what it was. Debug graph show. Alright, there we go. Okay. Yeah, last night we were trying to serialize the nav mesh and got sort of close. We did like end up serializing it, but it wasn't like whenever we would load back in, it wouldn't load properly. It would like there would be some missing nav tiles, or it like wouldn't regenerate, you know, all that good stuff. So I'm gonna give this a test out now because I think I figured out a pretty decent solution for now. Not perfect, but there's no issues on the nav mesh, which is the primary concern. Okay, just gonna let that generate a little bit, and then let's save there, and let's load. Uh-oh, okay. Why does this happen? This has happened multiple times. Oh, because it's a weak object pointer. Okay. Okay. Now that's not going to happen anymore, right? Right? Okay. Moxie, you can lay down. Have a seat. No? Okay. You're just content. Just staring at me. Will you stop it? She's too cute. Infectious. But yeah, I think this mark nav bounds dirty is I think what would what does it. It does like have to go back through and recheck all the existing tiles, but that's better than A, having to rebuild entirely all of the tiles, and B, not serialize like missing tiles. And I think the missing tiles were probably something like the in progress tiles or something. So did I save properly? I don't know. Let's see. I think I did. Okay, so here, like you see, I have the same radius as before, and you see how it's going through and like rechecking all of them. That's just what we're gonna have to live with, and I think that's fine for now. Not optimal, of course, but it's fine. And it goes a lot faster when you have it turned off. It just kills frame rate having that turned on. So yeah. I feel like the lighting is different when I load in. Is that true? I don't know. I haven't touched lighting at all, so I'm not gonna worry about it right now. But yeah, we got that serialized and working, and then I also we went ahead and moved the sort pending build tiles to the background thread, so that's awesome. And that's working nicely. Now I was doing some profiling on load and stuff like that. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look here. Let's yeah, give me one of those. Start tracing here, and I'm just gonna like get some stuff to generate. And the issue I'm experiencing now is that PCG just likes to fucking garbage collect all the goddamn time. Okay, what is this? Oh dear. Array has changed during for loop iteration. Yeah, pending build time. Okay, yeah, there's more work to do here than I guess. Shit. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I think it's one of these locations. Let me look here. Yeah, maybe right here. I have a breakpoint on that one, so that one doesn't happen. Yeah, maybe it's that other one. Well, that very rudely interrupted my profiling. Mark dirty tiles. Mark dirty tiles. Mark dirty tiles. I'm gonna assume that's the location that changes the pending dirty tiles during for loop iteration. Yeah. I wonder if I should be storing a copy of it, and then I'm gonna have to like end up just copy and pasting that whole sort function, I think. Yeah, runtime we dip down in the 30s FPS wise. No bueno. No bueno. And it seems to be from garbage collection. Yeah, these are probably the most relevant ones. But yeah, I mean, you can see collect garbage, collect garbage, collect garbage, every frame. Every damn frame. And it is related to how much PCG is caching, which is quite annoying. I should probably test this in a standalone game, or maybe even in a packaged game. I wonder how much PCG does there. But yeah, that's pretty bad. When I tried turning off the PCG cache, but that just makes it run even more. So it's like the only thing that gets that frequency to be reduced is increasing the cache size of PCG. But then when it runs for like 100 milliseconds, so not sure what I'm gonna do about that. Rather annoying. That was what I was doing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What has happened here? Oh no. Okay, we got work to do. We've got work to do. What do we have? We changed to rendered, but I guess we didn't load anything. Let me check if that's happening on a fresh run. I think not. I wonder if that was because I like saved it in the middle of it generating or something like that. I'm gonna wait for all this to finish and resave. We'll see if that's continuing to happen. Okay, let's clean save. Okay, let's run out there. Okay, yeah, I think that was a serialize issue. And like I said, it may have been from serializing in the middle. Yeah. Run back the other way now. Okay, I did have stuff pop up over there. Yeah, it's all got grass too. Okay. I'm gonna stop. Let's load. Okay, init. Okay, good. Run back out there. Gone are my weapon health and level. So I guess maybe next steps. I still need to do the nav mesh thing. That's happening every once in a while. The change during for loop iteration or whatever. Okay, so it doesn't matter. It's just straight up not loading. Oh no. Yeah, so when we change to rendered, it seems to do nothing. Don't know how that was still working. Ryder didn't like that. Okay, yeah, so we're building the mesh and everything. Create physics state. So on create physics state got set to true. Okay, I think mesh done generating. Wait a second. I need to do another guard on here. So first of all, let's get rid of state changed equals created because that's just not even. Neither of these are being set, so they're useless. If mesh done generating and be mesh rendered. I think that might have been the issue there. Yeah, go over to this. Oh, wait a second. Okay, hang on. I thought there was also... okay. Okay, now I think I'm understanding more why. So wait, is this one getting, one actually getting hit with the right information? Try that. Okay, well, a while ago I was wondering why on physics created was getting called multiple times. That kind of answered that question, didn't it? Nice. A nice goose. Here we go. Finally finished. Okay, let's just load now and see if that works properly. Hopefully it just works. Hopefully it just works. Oh boy. Yeah, okay, so this guy. Okay, is there any way for me to... Yeah, I'd have to rewrite the function. Which, it's not a huge function. Maybe I can... It's not too big. I'm just gonna rewrite this. Copy paste. Copy pasta. So verbose. We don't need all that verbosity. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. What's your type here? Give me that. Good. I'm gonna say new pending dirty tiles. Copy that over. And do one of those boys. Hopefully that will reduce the number of collisions that are happening here. Now, what else can happen? We can probably have... We probably need to do a scope lock, but we need all the other stuff to do the scope lock too, which is kind of annoying. Maybe I'll just wait and see if that happens. I don't know, it seems like a bad idea. Copied from... Yeah, there we go. And I can just do that. And yeah. Can I control click on that? Oh, Ryder, I love you. Although you went to the wrong one. Okay, there you go. Okay, so it pulls up both. That's alright. That's alright. Okay, so hopefully we can get that issue solved. Okay. Load game. Nice. Okay, all that got loaded properly. Let's move forward, press on. What? Oh my god, you bitch. Oh, I gotta change that one too? Let's call back to the game thread. You know what? We're gonna call back to the game thread and set it. Oh, and I also... Oh. Okay, maybe this is gonna solve all my issues. Hang on. I totally forgot an entire fucking mechanic of this. First of all, while I'm out here, did our things get rebuilt? Yeah, they did. They got re-added. Okay, I think we're good there. I think we fixed the issue. Okay, let me live coding that. Okay. Yeah, that maybe just fixed all the issues. I totally forgot to mark the flag. for when it was running so that it didn't run again. So we'll see if that even happens anymore. Maybe I can go back to using the super function, which would be nice. Okay. Okay, we're looking good. Okay, so let's try this a couple more times. I'm gonna actually now yeah, super, or rather do one of those. Wait, do you not do super? No, you just do that, okay. Nice. That loads so fast, it's amazing. Okay. I'm liking that. Let's do a fresh run real quick, just for funsies. One more little test. And then we'll, I think we can commit some code. Another test I want to do is I want to save in the middle of all this loading. Let's just save right after. Yeah, because I think I have more work to do in the endless terrain controller for the serialization flow. Like, I need it to calculate after a player's done serializing, which maybe just plays into I should just do the player serialization as well. Wire that back up. Okay. Okay, so it's still running things. Is it gonna actually be able to reload all of them though? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, it didn't work. It didn't work. Okay. All right, let's commit what we have, and then we'll dive into that. I think mesh generator is looking good, or nav mesh generator. Okay, so we were going to say properly build nav mesh after serialization. Sort pending build tiles on the background red. Okay. Okay. So endless terrain. What's your deal? Let's clean up our little workspace here. What do I need? What do I not need? The spawner, I think I'm done with the spawner stuff. Save game serializer, I think I'm done with that for now, which is fucking great. I do not like working on those classes. My own fault too. Okay, endless terrain chunk, need that. Probably don't need nav mesh now anymore, which is also great. Can't say I quite enjoy working on that either. Terrain chunk, endless terrain. I may need the player class here. May need the player class. Okay, so and maybe the save game subsystem. Perchance I may. Perhaps procedural terrain subsystem, that one probably interacts here as well. Okay, let's get endless terrain opened up here now. Well, let's trace it forward from serialization. We need the save game serializer open too. Okay, save game serializer. Okay, so when we're loading, you know, all that bullshit. Yeah, I guess we are serializing the player to a certain extent here. Oh, maybe we're not, because I know this isn't getting called, right? But I already cleared the logs. Do I have the old ones here? Okay, well that didn't show up. That's fine. How are we loading then? Is the question. How is the player loading then? Well, yeah, we gotta open the map. Realize objects. Okay, and save game objects. Oh my god. Port that too, jeez. Add save game object, okay. So the other things we're adding in there are endless terrain and the nav mesh. Okay, so wait, how is my player character spawning? I mean, is it just the procedural terrain subsystem? Oh, right, yeah, because that'll just happen, and then, like, is new game? Oh, okay, yeah, we're doing some... There it is. Yeah, we don't initialize the inventory or anything. Okay. Everything else seems to happen, though, so... Yeah, we should definitely let this get serialized. Oh, here we go. This is... Okay, this is why the character doesn't have a level and stuff like that. Yeah. Okay, so I'm wondering if I should just, like... add the player and see what happens. Although I definitely want to wait for the terrain to finish serializing. I mean, maybe we should just do it all through the endless terrain. I feel like that might make the most sense. Yeah, and then we can also serialize, like... the player distances and stuff. So I suppose what we would want... Where is it? Yeah, last player update locations. Yeah. I could just serialize all of this. I mean, I don't necessarily need to. I could just make it rerun. But making it rerun is kind of a pain. Although I think as soon as... Let me load back up here. What is this? What? Static mesh load synchronous. What? Illegal call to static find object fast while garbage collecting. Oh, boo-hoo. Because I'm trying to load a static mesh on the background thread, huh? You're gonna do me like that? Oh no. What button did I press to do that? Oh no, I hate this. I hate this. Isn't there a thing? 2 carrots? No. What is this column? Go away. No, I don't want that selection. Oh, I've done this before. I hate it. Okay. Writer, column, caret, selection. What is this strange selection? How do I turn it off? Yeah, that sounds like what I accidentally. Right click column selection mode. Oh, that's what I accidentally hit. There we go. Jesus. Okay. I'm getting better at finding the answer to that every time it happens. Okay, yeah, I guess we just need to GC scope guard this, which is rather annoying. I could load them all up front, but like... ugh, you know? Yeah, maybe I should just do all of this on the game thread though, because I'm already doing this part. Although this would potentially disperse it across thread frames, which may be good. Let's just GC scope guard, fuck it. Scope guard, yeah. I'm gonna even do this. Although I hate how much code this is. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lines of code just to a pointer to a static mesh. What I was gonna test was you know, I saved in the middle of all the chunks loading in, which meant when I serialized and reloaded the game, they didn't start. All the ones that were in progress generating didn't continue to generate, and we didn't. The endless terrain didn't make a call to like generate all the terrain chunks. And I was just gonna see if, like, as soon as I moved 3,000, which is my threshold for movement, if that just fixes the issue. Right, because we're in this weird, like, yeah, not everything spawned state. Although it looks like it's trying to do stuff right now. Yeah, let's move 3,000. We'll see if it renders everything. Does that do it all? No, no, it doesn't actually. What did that actually render? There should be stuff out here being rendered. The underground chunks are not getting rendered at all. Did that one get rendered? That's a new one. These ones are new. We'll run this way. Yeah, okay, so we have some issues. Okay, so why was that? Why was that? So we could have... That would have required mesh done generating to be true. And or the endless terrain to not re-update it. Because otherwise we just start regenerating. Which, if we're midway through the generation process, like we're generating like the height map or whatever, or like the 3D noise gen, which is something I don't save. None of that data gets saved, so. I think we would just recreate it. I mean, like we would just, we would rerun it. Okay, so generate height map. I think we would just call the height map finished generating. Right? Height map finished generating. So I think maybe the height map should already be done here for this one. Oh, okay. So we are serializing the height map generator. I need to add chunks done generating into here. Into all those, right? That might be the issue. Part of it, at least. Oh my god, what was that? So if we're loading... if we're loading in the chunk chords, these are all the ones that are like done saving. Oh, we can just append chunk chords. Okay. No need for a loop there. Wait, I think. Okay, we can just F vector. Okay, no, we have to iterate, go back. Yeah, that. Okay. That way that can respond properly and just immediately execute the delegate. Okay. Stop. What is your fucking deal? Wait, what is not cleaned up by the garbage collector? Oh my god, it's the point data. What the fuck? Oh, I hate it. Oh, and the metadata is null pointer here. Oh, this is what I get for doing background thread stuff. Look at this duck. This is such a cute little duck. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna load now. And see what happens. I don't think this is gonna fix it. What is this? Handle height map fit. Okay, so things are getting hit. here. Height map data is empty. Wait, why is that? Oh, yeah. Okay, so turns out we need a little bit more logic here. If should I just serialize that too? I mean, I think that way it just stays updated. Yeah, let's just serialize that too. It's like you got to make the trade-off between like code complexity and like keeping it consistent versus storage space. And I mean, right now, storage space is losing that battle. Hopefully that can just work. Because it's an F factor. We'll see. That would be nice if that just works. Okay. Try it again one more time. Hopefully this is what we need. Okay, so now we're just not spawning at all. That's wonderful. Wait, how did that make none of it? Oh, I need to... Oh, yeah, everything got messed up. We're on a different save version. Duh. Okay, yeah, we need a new save. We need to save right when the player spawns, essentially. Okay. Oh, I hate my life. What is this? Oh no, please let me continue, please. You think if I keep hitting it, it'll go eventually? I think the answer is no. Yeah, I need to like more gracefully shut down all the async stuff I'm doing. For the end play. P from the debugger. The procedural terrain system is not loaded. So in Q Compute Shader started before. How do I want this just underneath. There we go. Yeah, let's get a begin play going. And then we can just throw that initialization in there. Don't know why. I guess just in serialization, things can happen out of order. Oh, it's an in-world reference. Okay, we're slowly moving through all the kinks. Ironing them out, plowing ahead. Yeah, so once I get the chunks to like regen properly. Are you using mass? Of course not. You should know the answer to that already, Dr. Elliott. Welcome, Edna. How you doing, bud? We've been working on some serializing our terrain chunks. We've been doing a lot of PCG stuff lately as well. I'm just trying to get the serialization flow to work properly. You saw the processor? That was my compute shader processor. That was just a subsystem. It just processes my compute shaders. Because at runtime, I only want one to run at a time for like performance reasons. But on startup, I want just as many to go as possible. So that's what that processor handles. Oh my god, how is that not valid? What? How is that a null pointer? Okay, so this tick somehow got hit before on-world begin play. That doesn't make sense. That don't make no sense. Is that the only begin play that there was? I thought so. Okay, so what? Okay, so in Q Compute Shader Processor, I guess that can make sense. Because we may be kicking a few of those off on serialization. It may not have ticked yet. Yeah, generate height map. Yeah, that might all be done. Yeah. Okay, we'll do it in both places. We will do it in both places. Why the fuck not? Okay, are you gonna be happy now, Tim Sweeney? Yeah, we're almost at the point where I can start using my ECS system in the world. A few more things I want to get done before that, though. The nav mesh was a huge one, so really glad we got both the nav mesh to generate for terrain chunks that don't even have a mesh rendered or mesh generated at all. That was really cool. We're just exporting raw vertex and index data to the nav mesh, and that's enough for the nav mesh to know what to do. And then I just got the nav mesh serialization working as well, so we can save the nav mesh. We don't need to regenerate it every time. Both huge steps towards that. Oh my god, what is happening now? All because I was just serializing an extra thing in here. This one line did this. Okay, task is null here. Why? Why? Oh boy. What's my, ID 8 was the last thing that ran here? Which is in there. That is in the task refs. I mean, I guess we're already... Oh yeah, I should get rid of the GUIDs on there. I'm not using those anymore. But I guess we don't need to... We can just pass the pointer. Wait, do I need the task still? Yeah, because we are casting it into a different thing. But can I do that with an instance struct after it's been, after this has happened? Can I just, like, C-style cast that? Now, why is this task ref gone? I mean, I guess I can just get it from the task refs again in here. I was hoping to not need to lock as much as possible. I'll just manually do it. Okay, if you're not going to play nice with me, that's what I'll have to do. And I don't like that I have to do that. Okay, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick while that builds. Okay, can we load now? Is it okay with you? Okay. And we are kicking off a bunch of generations. Okay, so I think, yeah, okay, it's working now. Okay, we only had to restart the engine a dozen times. Okay, so one thing that is not is there are some chunks out here that should be generated that are not. But I guess it did finish generating all that it spawned, I presume? Is this guy? 230 120 0330? There is. So what happened to you? 330. Okay, you just had a nit called on you and then nothing else happened. Okay, so you didn't even get serialized, did you? I'm looking at the wrong file. I think I can delete that now. Yeah, let me throw a little informational log here. Ryder, can you stop doing whatever the hell that is? Yeah, just on serialized get name. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, we put it in there. Yeah, I want to move that back. On serialized done loading. Mesh done generating. That means it didn't get there. Which means mesh done generating was false, which means it got here. We put it there. I don't need to be doing this on a background thread, do I? No, I don't. There is absolutely zero reason for me to be doing that. So height map never finished generating. It's probably what happened here. Chunk's done generating. So where do you get updated? Way down here. And that's after we have the height map data, which is good. Which is good. So I'm wondering if we have height map noise data, but it wasn't done generating, which so we just hit that. And so when we add the height map data, what's the default? When do we initialize the height map noise data? Do we ever initialize it? No. Okay. So if it's empty, we don't have it. Okay, so okay. Maybe I walk back this part because maybe we need to go through and if height map noise data contains the chunk cord, that means we've already started generation for it. But I should basically just check the noise data as well and see if it's empty or not. And then would I even need the chunks done generating? That's exactly what I wanted, actually. That is precisely what I wanted. And so this is going to tell me if the problem is what I suspect. If this fixes it, I will have divided and conquered successfully. Okay, let's load again. Mesh done generating was false there. Okay, that didn't fix the issue. Let me do. It's nice that this is deterministic. I can just do something like this. Okay, so now we'll be able to step through it properly here. Here's the log. There we go. Okay. We're stepping through. Chunks done generating. Do you contain 330? You do not. Height map, noise data map. Do you contain... I guess it would just be 33. No, you don't. Okay. Okay, yes you do. I guess I just didn't see it. Okay, it is in there. What's your freight? You are empty. Okay. Okay. Ooh, I get the issue now. Yeah, because we're serializing everything. We need to not serialize the ones that are empty so that generation can get kicked off again. Okay. If it's not empty, serialize it. If we're saving. If we are loading... Oh, we serialize all the chunk cords first. Ooh. Is that okay? I think that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, let's rerun that. Maybe this scenario doesn't. I think maybe I can get rid of this one here. We'll see. So I think the endless terrain properly like recalculated everything now. But some of them are just getting stuck in these little nuances here. Load. Equals 3, y equals 3. Still no? Okay. We have more issues. Oh, I need to resave. Yeah. I need to resave. What? Right, yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, we don't know. Wait, let me think here. Yeah, because we're gonna be, yeah, we don't actually know. Yeah, okay, so the trunk cords was a problem here. That's not gonna work. I guess I just saved the number, right? Isn't that how... num chords, and then I can just do something like this. Oh boy. Copilot, what did you just spit out here? I don't want any of it. So AR, count chord. If we're saving, we can populate that. Otherwise, it loads in. Yeah, and then I need to know that this is, yeah, not empty before we do it. Yeah. So we're only gonna save the coordinate if it's not empty. Okay, I think that's better now. Yeah, so we gotta save, new save. Okay. Save. Stop. Load. Uh-oh. That's not right. That is not right. Okay, what's the issue? Somehow it was this. Somehow this is that issue. Did I do this right? No, it's not right. It's not right. No, this wouldn't work. Okay, when we're serializing this, I don't want to edit the list, but I don't want to save the ones that are empty. Can I just like, let me just, can I just for each through this? Well, no, because I need the number dot num. Let's do that. So let's do no, none of that. Num chords. We go through it. But it needs to be, I need to like filter this and get the hello, please. Filters. Is this edit? Let's just do a simple for loop. What on earth? Okay, initialize that to 0. Okay, so now that's the proper num that we have. If we're saving chunk coordinates is what? Okay, maybe I do need to iterate through. Okay, yeah, take that back. Take that back. And then chunk chords, let's do the filter by predicate. And then this is going to be a F vector 2D chord. Okay, and this should only be like, this is only if we're saving. Otherwise, we're just gonna load it. Otherwise, it just gets loaded. Return, we want all, I think I need to flip that. Okay. And then maybe actually we just do this. Does this work now? I think it does. Okay, fuck it. We're gonna do for each now through chunk chords. Chord. I think I can get rid of that. Okay. Does that work? And then I don't need that anymore. I shouldn't, at least. And I shouldn't need that. Actually, okay. Rerun the rerun. Rerun that. Okay, so new game. Save, stop. Okay, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Okay. That didn't work either. What's wrong with this? Okay, so if we're saving, get the keys, put them in there, filter by predicate. Now, maybe I need to do a little one of these. I don't know. I want this to I want it to return true if I should keep the elements, right? Contains the subset of elements for which the functor returns true. Okay, so yeah. If it's not empty, I want it in there. If it is empty, get rid of it. Serialize the chunk chords. Iterate over them. And serialize their shit. Okay, yeah, why didn't that work? Okay, let's try to resave. I don't know, maybe I didn't save it properly or something. Okay. Shit. Fuck me. Fuck me. Okay, let's load. Okay, we're not frozen this time. There we are. Yeah, now I'm not seeing additional chunks pop up. There we go, there's some popping up now. There should be more, though. Yeah, so I think again x equals 3, y equals 3, z equals 0. Okay, yeah, you did actually. Was that the right one? X no, y equals 2 is the one I should be looking at. Well, that one reran as well. And And we got to handle mesh done generating. Okay, so it just didn't run PCG. Let me look at the nav mesh then. Oh boy. Yeah, we've got some missing chunks. It did say that we got to 3.2. We got here. Oh, but I guess LOD didn't change. So we just skipped. I think that's probably what happened. Okay, so I guess, do I want to go back to not serializing the LOD and instead just getting it from, you know, recalculating it from the endless terrain player distances? Because I guess I could conditionally serialize the LOD. If mesh is not done generating, then don't serialize the LOD. That way it'll calculate it again and not skip. I assume that's what's happening. Yeah, I mean that's the only reason. Or mesh is not done generating, which that would have been set to true. Kind of weird, but this is theoretically going to work. I don't know, it's very I would rather it just work better and not have to require some hack like that, but we'll see if this is actually the issue. So we have to resave. Okay, we're frozen again. Okay, so is this a common thing? What are we frozen on? Uh-oh. Okay, we're stuck on a critical selection. Gridlock, okay. Why? Yeah, we use this all over the place. Yeah, I guess maybe I shouldn't be immediately calling back. Because I mean, this could immediately. Should I be doing like? Does scope lock do like a tri lock or what? What happens here? We just do lock. And so enter credit. That's when it like tries to do all that. Okay. So I guess what can happen is like we load a save container that's already loaded. And so the callback just gets hit immediately, and then we try to do a critical selection again. But I don't know like why we're stuck here. Let me pause. Or unpause, and then pause again. Red lock, yay. Yeah, there it is. Okay, that's what I was expecting. Yeah, so I guess maybe let's just... How do I check if like the lock is valid or not, like in a different scope? Yeah, I mean, I guess let's just not return the callback on the same thread. Like that's the most straightforward thing to do right now. Free the threads, don't lock them up. You know, I wish they could, but they just misbehave. They misbehave, and then I have to lock them up. If they would just play nicely with each other, I wouldn't have to lock them up so much. How you doing, Push Toy, by the way? Welcome in. Yeah, it would be nice if, like, they would just wait, you know? They could just, like, oh, hey, you're using this. But I guess the problem was that it was a lock within a lock. I guess I just don't understand why the scope, because it does the, there's a tri lock as well. Maybe I should be using that. Right, for the critical selection, you can, like, try lock. Attempt to take a lock and returns whether or not the lock was taken. They're like an is lock. Yeah, because I'm locking. I guess what was happening was I was locking within a lock. And it wasn't just like from another thread, it was from the exact same thread. And I guess that's probably the issue. I guess I feel like I would have just assumed that that would have just been handled automatically. You know, like if I'm on a thread and it's already locked and I want to lock it again by the same thread, I feel like the locking mechanism should just be like, oh no, you're already good, go right ahead. And it shouldn't just freeze up. Okay. Locks just add complexity that hurts my head. Yeah, but when you're working with background threads, I mean, what else is there? You know, I try to use things like, I try to use thread safe containers as much as possible, like the TQs and stuff like that, but that also adds complexity in like the function calls and things happening. You know, you have to have like a tick method that processes the queue and stuff like that, you know. Only the threads were so smart. I know, man. The threads should know what I want them to do. Okay, so I still don't think the things I wanted loaded. X equals 3, Y equals 2, Z equals 0. Yeah, so you got here. Okay, so yeah, that didn't seem to work. And we did rerun everything. I have an update that determines if the threads are complete. Yeah, I use that same concept in many places, but yeah, it just, you know, it would be nice if you could just use callbacks so that all the code is just local, you know, right there in front of your face. Like you can just read it top to bottom. But with like the, you know, like the method you're saying, or like using a queue, processing it in a tick function or something, then you have to like jump all over the file for like the different stages of the thing. And like sometimes it's just like a few lines of code, right? So it's like, it feels bad to write like a bunch of different functions, put them all over the class, and they only do a couple things. Okay, but yeah, that still didn't work. Just surprising. Mesh done generating, I'm quite sure was false, yeah. And so that should have gotten set to true here. I saw both of those logs happen. So this condition is not false. Or true, rather. Which means calc LOD is the culprit here. But LOD should be -1. If it was not serialized properly, it should be -1. Okay, let's just try to resave just to be sure that we got the latest save. The latest serialized code. Yeah, I need to figure out why this is happening. Stale references to objects. You can't even tell me what's stale. Yeah, can't even tell me what's stale. Okay, but we know we have a good load. Good load here, so let's load. What is this? Jesus Christ. A line expects an integer or a pointer type. Why is this? Why is everything breaking? Okay, so I assume this task is not good. I might as well just do the same thing in here. Because we're already locking, so I think that was it. Okay, are we generating the right things now? What was it? X equals 3, Y equals 2, Z equals 0. Okay, let's just throw this in here and see what exactly is happening. Okay, reload, please. Oh my god, are we fucking thread locked again? Did that not fix it? Dude, I specifically am doing this now on a different thread. I'm not even specifying a thread for this one. I think that's the default though, anyway. But okay, so why is this one then? Yeah, maybe I will have to change this into a better system. I do not feel like doing that right now, though. Because without this lock, this currently loading slots, like, just gets all fucksy wucksy. want to change this right now. I don't feel like changing the entire system. And like, it's especially weird with this function because I have this like be await boolean for like, and I think everything awaits on this, so yeah. I'll get our load save containers. I guess that doesn't. Okay, we're just gonna try and push through it for now, and maybe change that at a different point. Okay, so we hit this. Which is what we wanted. LOD index is indeed -1. Mesh done generating is false. Oh. So that would have calculated the LOD. Okay, let's change the position of these then. So that it doesn't calculate the LOD if the mesh is not done generating. Okay, so that was just getting called from the endless terrain. Okay. Okay, so we got here again, but the LOD will already have been calculated. Yeah, so mesh done generating is now true. Yeah, this kind of makes me feel like I should not make this rerun. Yeah, because there's like a lot of really finicky things that feel super brittle. I guess the part that just feels bad is this part, if the LOD hasn't changed. But I guess, I mean, that makes sense, because I don't want to run all this stuff if it hasn't. That means there's no update. So... okay, yeah, that's the first time that it gets called that we don't care about. There we go, and the second time. What is LOD is still... There it is. I think that's it. Yes, there it is. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Goodbye. We're gonna wait for the navigation to generate a little bit so we can see which chunks are there and which ones are missing, if any. Hopefully none. Hopefully none. Oh, they're all there so far. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Moxie. Did I wake you up? Poor puppy. Poor thing. Just naps all day. Uh-oh. Yeah, sometimes the nav mesh rendering like bugs out. And it stops like redrawing for some reason. But I feel like it's fine. And it actually is updating, because if I just change like draw triangle edges, I think, yeah, see, now it's updated. I think it's fine. I think that's probably fine. I think it's just the display bugged out. As did my nav mesh in these locations. Now, why is that? I thought it was just because that there were trees spawned underneath the ground, like in that one over there. But these other locations don't have that issue. It may just be because they're like way too close to each other, which I think I do agree. I don't need this many. I can definitely thin these out a little bit. Yeah, I wonder what pathfinding would do when it got to those locations. Okay, so let me write a comment about this here. Okay. Okay, let's commit this. Fix in cross in fixed chunks not serializing properly when saved during generation. See, not loading properly when saved during. That's what that is. And we fixed that, so that's great. That's great. Okay, what next? What is next for me? I thought I was gonna have to do some endless terrain. Let's move around. Let's start running around. Let's test this a little bit more. My god, that is laggy. Turn that off. Prosto Cotilo, welcome in. Hello. We're testing some procedural terrain chunk serialization. Okay, let's make sure the nav mesh is like still generating and stuff out here. Yeah, it seems to be. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. How many lines of code does it take to generate a level now? At least one. At least one. Okay, did we thread lock again? Maybe this is a bigger issue than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, okay, so we thread locked again. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is gonna be annoying, isn't it? Okay, load save container. Why is there a little man smacking his face? Because those were the buttons I was pressing. And he's a masochist. Load save container. Where are you used from? Y, W, and P? Because those were the buttons I was pressing. What do you... All the other buttons are there as well. Okay, so I'm wondering if there's like a quick way to fix this. And I think it involves just like doing all of this on the game thread. And then doing the load. The load will automatically happen. But that just means more callbacks, which is super annoying. Yeah, I don't know that I like this await thing. I liked it at first because it allowed me to like write this a little more synchronously, but I still have to do the background thread anyway, so... Yeah, so I may just change that to do a callback and then make sure load save container just happens on... Just do all this in the game thread. And then I won't need so many scope locks. Yes, I must have hit F 36 times. Not that I'm counting. I find the Control Z to be the most insightful one. I've pressed Control Z more than F. Backspace is also pretty insightful as well. How many times have I fucked up today? Yeah, God, everything is telling me to work on this right now, but I don't want to, but I should. Okay, I tell you what, I'm gonna go take my dogs out real quick. And then when I get back, probably grab a drink as well. And then when I get back, I think we're gonna tackle this. We'll try at least. Okay, so BRB. Okay, I'm back, and I have one of my girlfriend's prebiotic sodas, lemon lime flip. Let's see how this is here. Well, it's not Sprite. I was hoping for Sprite, but I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Not terrible, though. Does have a little fakey sugar taste in it, but not bad. Not too bad. Okay, so what are we doing with this cache save subsystem here? Computer load save containers. Now, a couple different options I could do here. I could just, inside this function, I could just always do a game thread async task here. And just put the body in there. And I can do that for all the other places I use these member containers. Which just seems like currently loading slots, honestly, within this function at least. Currently saving slots as well, I suppose. So I do that here. Save container internal always goes to the game thread as well. And then goes save and then goes back to game thread. So let's try that first, just to keep it consistent. I kind of hate it. Because it's a little more complicated. But now also... Okay, yeah, so the reason I couldn't do this is because of this be await true. Which means I'll need to use callbacks. Wait, what did I do for this save? Save has a callback, yeah. So we're just gonna lean into the callbacks? I mean, I can try. But no more be await. Okay. Do this. Save slot name. Save container class. Okay. Yeah, and you're no longer going to return. That doesn't make sense anymore. And this callback will then return the save container. Okay, goodbye thread locks. Yeah, and now we're not going to do that anymore. All of this goes away. The code in some ways gets a little simpler. So we are going to remove it there, and then I guess we need to call the callback. Of course. Well, the callback. Math is math. Now, I have had some issues with callbacks not behaving across lambdas. But yeah, that needs to be a pointer. That's why that's complaining. We are not returning a ref. Okay, so that all resolves. Let me take a closer look at this. Now load. Wrong load. PCG save container. Yeah, now we maybe don't need this anymore. Then I guess in the save, what I did was I went to the game thread in the response. God damn, so many fucking callbacks. I hate it so much. Yeah, I need to do it in there, don't I? Yep. Throw it all on the game thread. Save slot name. I guess we just have slot name here, so we don't need to. Although, I'll just name that the same thing. Okay. One moment. Okay. A little tart. I guess I don't need to do this anymore either, because I'm on the game thread, so I think it's a little easier. I am returning existing save here, which does not make sense. We need to call back here instead. No more returns. Well, we can still return to skip the rest of it, rest of the function. And I guess I don't need to return the task there either. What is a default task? We'll see if that works. Currently loading slot. Yeah, I mean, we just don't need the task there at all. So we can just do a T set. Let's just do that. And then we can just add that ahead of time to make sure that this always removes it. Okay, does this work better? So we come in here, we go to the game thread. If we already got the save, then we'll do the callback with the existing save. Otherwise, if it's not currently loading or saving, or wait, or it is saving. Okay, that's odd. I don't know what's going to happen in that case. But anyway, if that's been working, so whatever. Put the save, create a save container and put it in the cache. Add currently loading slots. Add the save name, the unique ID, and then do the load, which will go to another thread. And once that thread is done, then it'll come back here in this callback, and then we go to the game thread. Snip, snap, snip, snap. Okay, so that means we need to change this as well to basically be the same thing. Because this is just like a load multiple. Okay, load save container. How do I want to do this? I guess I kind of do want an out save container, don't I? T-set. Whoa, okay. Okay, and what's going to happen when multiple of these get done at like the same time? Should I go back to the game thread in here as well? And then this function, like, this is called from somewhere here. Get desired PCG points. I feel like this should probably be being called from the background thread. It's called from the procedural terrain subsystem. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, it's called from my tasks, which I'll run on the background thread. But that being said, I should probably spin up another task. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do launch. We're gonna launch another task, of course. This out save, I need to check if this out save containers like has. You know what we're gonna do? Here's what we're gonna do. Save containers to load. Save containers to load. In queue. We only do that here. Yeah, only do that in if it's not already existing, because then we just immediately add it. And then when they're done, save containers to load dot DQ. I'm in queuing a new. I just want the save slot name actually. We just want the save slot name. Wait, can I remove by? God, oh how I wish there was a thread safe set just built in. Okay, I forgot that like a queue is not it's not going to work here. Unless I did these one by one, which I don't want to load these one by one, right? Like I have a bunch of different threads. I can load all of these across multiple threads, but how am I gonna... I guess here's what I'm gonna do. Get rid of that idea. Async task it. We're just gonna async task all the fucking things. Save container. Out save containers ref. And then that way, every time we add to it, it's gonna be fine. And then I guess I need to do a check if num equals save slot names.num, do the callback. Yeah. Okay, we'll see if this flow is better. I'll change you to the front. Okay, so that's good. Where were you being used at again? Right here. Okay, so now we just need a callback to shove the rest of this in. Let's just call this out. Save containers. And I guess we're just going to copy paste this whole thing in there, aren't we? I have such a strong feeling that all these callbacks are going to like be invalid at some point or another. Where's the red squiggly callback? Oh. Right. Okay, yeah, so no longer can do that either. Okay. And then, yeah, copy paste that. Shove it all in there. And this is all already on the game thread. This callback happens on the game thread, right? Not necessarily. Yeah, it does actually. Yeah, it does. Okay. So we can get rid of that now. And that. Okay, so I think we're all squared away. My girlfriend just got home. So I'm gonna go say hello to her real quick while I rebuild this. And then I will be back. The BRB. Dog go pee pee. Okay, apologies, I'm back. I'm surprised this built. It's actually built. Let's have a seat. Take a seat. I want to take a seat. Now, why are we here? Why are we here? We're here for game dev. That's what we're here for. Not BRB dog go pee pee. Okay, I'm expecting this little, you can call it that, save cache subsystem refactor to be catastrophic. Let's start from a new save. Oh, things are happening. Things are running. Okay, so far so good. Okay. Now, I don't know, I don't think we've loaded anything yet. Let me see. Save and unload save container. Yeah, I don't think anything has loaded yet. Well, okay. So we should get things loaded when we're walking around, I believe. Okay, hang on. Let's pop out and first see if everything got generated correctly. Okay, yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Nav mesh looks good. Ignore those. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Bingo. So, are we thread locked again? Oh, yeah, we don't need to do this anymore. Can we just not return the task? Yeah, let's just not return task here. Just makes it simpler, doesn't it? Not even, I don't know why that would have been failing, but we don't have to worry about why. What are you mad at now? Stop. Oh, I need to change it in the PCG save container and the base class. Should we change save as well? I forget if we actually do anything with that. Do I need anything there? Does that compile? We'll see. Now, where's save call from? Yeah, we don't do anything there either, so let's just make it consistent. Save container. Okay, let's try that again. If that's the only issue we have with that, I'm a pretty happy boy. Okay, we going? Yeah, we'll see if those little pure virtual macros like that. Hope you're well today. Do you have any tips on someone who wants to get into making a game? I think my tips are probably going to be pretty counter to what a lot of other people's tips are going to be. I think a lot of people would say start with something small. Start with something, you know, simple or easy or something like that. Idea-wise. But I don't think that's... I guess it kind of depends on what your goals are, you know? Like, I am not starting with something... This is my first game. But I've been doing game dev for about 2.5 years now. The game I want to make is a top-down 2D game where I run Guild sending NPCs out on quests. That sounds cool. That sounds like a fun game. I think what's more important is to work on something that you're interested in, something that can keep your motivation going. And it sounds like you have an idea of what that might be. Do you know how to write code already? Do you know programming? If you do, then that makes things easier. But if you don't, you're going to have to make a decision as to whether or not you're going to learn programming or try to learn Unreal Engine blueprints. And yeah, programming can be a big hurdle to learn if you've never learned it before. Myself, I am a software engineer, but I never worked in C++ before. And working in Unreal Engine, which is a pretty complicated engine, it was a massive slog to get started. Like the first, 6 months of working in Unreal Engine was just pain. So I was learning multiple things all at once. Python, C#, you said, awesome. Yeah, so you got to start. So now you get to decide what engine to use, right? Godot, Unity, Unreal Engine. You got to look into them a little bit, decide what you value in your game. I don't see all of those engines are applicable to your idea, I feel. 2D game makes me feel Godot might be a little bit better though. 2D and Unreal Engine is a little overkill. So yeah, I mean, you've learned how to code, and learning game dev is very similar. So a lot of people say Godot is good for a top-down 2D game. Yeah, it's open source as well, which means there's going to be a lot of community resources for you, which is important, I think, especially if we're trying to learn. Like, I actually tried to dig into Unreal Engine 4 like 10 years ago. Appreciate the follow, me. Appreciate that. And the docs were even worse, and there were even fewer community resources, and I kind of failed, right? I kind of gave up because it was so difficult to learn. And then I tried out Unity, and Unity was miles better just because there was more community, forums, questions and answers, documentation, that kind of stuff. So I think Godot would be a good choice. And I think their scripting language is probably pretty similar to Python, if I'm not mistaken. Kind of talking out of my ass a little bit there, but yeah, I think you just approach it the same way you approach learning how to write code, whatever works for you. Pixel Shake recommending RPG Maker. Isn't that for more so like side-scrolling games though? I don't know, because RPG Maker, you don't have a whole lot of customizability, right? See how crazy the new Oblivion remastered looks? Yeah, I don't think they did that one in Godot. They did in Unreal Engine 5. Which is crazy, but yeah, 32 gigs of memory recommended. Kind of nuts. It's the first game I've seen with that high of a recommended RAM. We are generating everything properly now, which is great. Let's run backwards and see if we reload some of those points. Yeah, it was on Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, they put their own, I forget what it was called, but their own subsection of their engine within Unreal Engine, and then just used Unreal Engine for like the rendering and stuff. Kind of crazy. You have Ruby and RPG Maker XP, and you can do basically anything. Okay, well, there's another recommendation for you. Look into RPG Maker. How you doing though, Pixel Shake? Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, so that refactor seems to be successful, which is good. Take a look at the nav mesh. Nav mesh looks great. It looks perfect. Okay. So let's save. We're going to serialize. Okay. We've saved. Let's load. Now, I guess it's rebuilding the nav mesh, which is why it's laggy as all hell right now. Yeah, I don't even think it wants to render the rebuild, but that looks like it loaded successfully, right? Everything's back. I love how fast that loads, too. It's going to speed up the iteration on this a lot. A lot. Okay. So So I think we're good. Like, what else do I need to test with that? Let's run around a little bit, I guess. Now that we've serialized. Yeah, all that stuff just popped up real nice. Let's make sure that that has foliage spawned on it. It does. Cool. Yeah, we're looking good. We're looking good. Okay, now to move on to getting the player serialized properly as well, I think. I think that's next move. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, put that down. Okay, yeah, that was kind of a sizable refactor there. Okay. Refactor. Let me see, are there any locks left over, actually? Let me audit these real quick, see if we still need them. Get save container from cache. That happens on tick. Computer load save containers. Okay, so this one is called from the game thread, or from a non-game thread. Okay, so I guess it's still probably not a bad idea to have locks on the... I mean, these are pretty finite, right? We don't have to worry about these getting too wonky. These are just add save container to cache, we lock it there, we lock there as well. Yeah, so these are just like accessing the cache functions, these three, so I think that's probably pretty safe to have those there. It may be even a good idea, so we can keep those there. Where else? Just those three? Okay, I'm happy with that. Refactor, cache, save, subsystem to rely less on scope locks. And more on callback. Okay. Okay. So my player is loading with 0 health, mana, and a level, which ain't right. It ain't right. Okay, and let me go back through that. What were we doing? Yeah, spawn player. Okay. So spawn player happens right now regardless of whether or not it's a new game. And it is spawning at 0, always. No bueno. So what do I want to do about this? I was talking earlier about maybe loading the player from the endless terrain, because that's kind of like, that's the world, right? Endless terrain can tell everything else when it's ready to load. I can maybe spawn the player character before I possess it as well. That would be kind of weird though, right? Because I don't necessarily know where the terrain is. I think I want to make sure that the players are loaded, or at least we have like player, what is it? Like player chunks to load, player controllers perhaps. Yeah, because player controllers is what I iterate over to determine which chunks need to be spawned. So before that happens, I need to make sure that the player controllers are back there, which I mean they always should, right? Player controllers should always be there, so maybe that's not an issue. But I am calling, where's the location? Focal location. Returns the location the controller's focused on. If there's a pawn, returns the pawn's location. If there's a spectator pawn, returns that pawn's location. Otherwise returns the player controller's spawn location. Usually the last known pawn location after it has died. Okay. So yeah, when my game starts, it starts, the controllers start as spectators before the terrain's finished loading, and that'll all be behind like a loading screen eventually. I don't want that right now though, because I want to see what's happening. So I guess I think I need to, at the very least, serialize the last player update locations. Serialize that, load the chunks. That way we hit this. Well, no, it's still same issue there potentially. Because I guess what's going to happen is, like, let's say I save my player and he's way over, you know, on the other side of the world. The spectators always spawn at 0-0, right? So if this gets hit before the pawns are spawned, I believe this would just return 0-0 here. And then after the chunks are serialized for way over there, this may get this happens afterwards and sees that the player controller's at 0-0. And so then it starts cleaning up all the ones over there, which is not what should happen. So maybe I should be checking if there is a pawn here. Yeah, maybe I should preemptively spawn the pawn. Spawn the pawn. Just to know, and I can do this for teleporting as well. When I teleport across the map. But like, you know, put the pawn where it's supposed to be. Have the terrain be based off the pawn. And if there is no pawn yet, if it's a new game, just do 0-0. And so there's a concept of you can set a pawn on a controller, but then you can also unpossess a pawn. Those are two different things. So I think if we set the pawn but we unpossess it, I think that means that we would still get the pawn in the endless terrain, the pawn location. Let's look at an unpossessed. Is that unset? I wanted unpossessed. Okay, yes. On unpossess. Oh, it does set pawn to null. Okay, never mind. Just ignore everything that I just said. So setting the pawn and possessing the pawn are the same thing. Glad I checked that. What is the null macro? 0. Okay. Interesting. Why not just use null pointer? Okay, so what's the flow here then? I could just store my own pawn on the controller. Yeah, I kind of just want to do just roll with what I have here and instead... Because, like, if you don't possess the pawn, it just, like, doesn't move, right? Like, no gravity or anything like that. So maybe I can just spawn him, set it to invisible. Serialize it if I need to. The player controller comes from the terrain chunk, and the terrain chunk player controllers come from... I think game state, right? Yeah. Okay, so where do the game state player controllers come from? Probably the player controller adds itself there, right? Yeah. I kind of feel like the player controller should just spawn its own player. Just keep all the logic in one place. And then it can check the game instance if it's a new game or not and serialize it. Yeah, let's do that. And then I guess then the endless terrain can then let the player controller know that its chunks are done loading. With the... And I can do like a proper delegate for that rather than what I have here. What other spawn info things do I have here? Can I like make this custom pre-spawn initialization? Huh. Let's try this little custom spawn, because I kind of want to set, can I just do a lambda here? Yeah, I just want, I want to set it to invisible. Wait, is that not a function on there? Update component visibility. Set hidden. Okay, maybe that's what I want. Set actor hidden in game. I think that's maybe what I want. True. Okay. So we spawn him. Okay, and I guess this is where I need to check if it's a new game or not. And this way the flow is going to be the same. Why not, Hello? Okay. Don't know why I was doing that in multiple places. Okay. So if game instance, if it's not a new game, save game object, result pawn on serialize. What? Oh, save game object on serialize. Duh. Wait, I don't have the archive. Duh. Why would I think that was going to work? Why did I think that was going to work? No, that's not how I should do that. If it is a new game, unhide him. And then this, then where do I want to get the archive from? Like, what flow do I want to do there? Yeah, because this isn't going to be right. Undo this. Yeah, this isn't going to be right. Because the location's going to be wrong. Oh, I want it to work the same way, though. That would be so nice. So when we load in the save game subsystem, I guess I kind of need to subscribe the player controller or something. I think it should be the player controller. It could be the player character, but then like how would I tell the player character which controller it should belong to? But I think it kind of has to be the controller. Yeah, world on map load, serialize objects. How does this work? So we serialize the object name, object pointer. Wait, is that how the endless terrain is coming online? Hang on, let me trace this. Load. There we go. Oh, right, because this is just like wiring them back up. Okay, you're right. Okay, so I actually need this new UObject thing back. Actually. Hit transient package. Probably not what I should do. And I need the object class. And that'll work for actors too, because actors are a UObject under the hood, right? Okay. And did I figure out that I can't directly serialize a class? And wait, how is this going to work? So we iterate over save game objects, of which there would be none, right? Right, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and then what was I doing to serialize a class? Wasn't I doing that in Terrain Chunk or something? Oh no, it's all a part of the descriptor now. I forgot about that. And this had, what was this serializing? A T subclass of. Which is a T, what is the underlying type here? Okay, I don't know if I can, I think I was doing a soft class pointer before. Maybe that's what happens here anyway. Yeah, let's just do the soft glass bit. I guess that can just explicitly convert. Implicitly convert, rather. If if we're not loading, then we do that. I guess, okay, yeah. Soft class path. Yeah, maybe we don't want transient package there. We'll see. Okay, so that means I need my player controller to be added to the save game subsystem. Okay. Wait, do I want that? God, serialization always makes my brain just go for a walk. We're not loading. There's an object iterator. Yeah, let's put that up in there. If spawned objects contains, okay, so would I have the player controller? Because player controllers respond automatically, so I don't want to spawn them myself. Let me look at what I used to do for player serialization. I did a save game on the player controller pointer. Does that actually work? Yeah, I'm not actually automatically serializing anything anymore, so that's not going to do anything. Brazilian Freaks, what's up? More serialization stuff. We're now focusing on the player serialization. We got the terrain chunk serialized, nav mesh serialized. Everything's looking good. But I'm just kind of thinking, like, how do I want the flow of, like, spawning the player to work in relation to, like, the terrain spawning, the terrain chunk spawning and stuff. and how I was doing, because I did have player serialization working before, but then I just kind of like fucking broke everything, of course. So going back through, what do I think about storm chasers? Like the profession, like the people who chase tornadoes. Not a whole lot would be my answer to that. Can't say that I think about them all that much. Yeah, so I could just spawn the player, but then like how's that gonna work with like the serializing a player controller pointer? Like, because the player controllers are already created. Maybe I just like iterate over the player controllers. Like, is game state going to be a thing at this point? How do they get the pointer to the subsystem? I want to visit the US for naders. Oh, we got plenty of naders where I'm from. Yeah, you can have them. I'll send them over to Germany for you. I used to be terrified of naders as a kid. Okay, so when this is created, the save subsystem is passed in. That's because the save subsystem is like the entry point for this. One moment. Okay, yeah, so we have the save game subsystem, which means the game, let me look up that chart of like Unreal Engine lifecycle or something like that. UE, I don't want a UE4 one. I need to know like when game, okay, we'll look up UE4. Game flow overview? Is that, hit me with the 5.5 docs. I think that's, of course not. Of course not. Dude, why does fucking Unreal Engine just will do anything in its power to be the most difficult to search through documentation on it? There's gotta be like a picture or something, right? This is the actor life cycle. Does this answer my question? Game mode and game state, will this answer my question? Okay. Does this explain what I'm looking for? Game state replicated to all clients. Okay, I should keep that in mind because I definitely put some things on the game state that not all clients need to be aware of. Like, you know, every spawned actor. Okay. Every player controller, I don't think. Is there just like a built-in function for like getting all player controllers? I wonder. Can I get world from within here? Do I have a world? I feel like I should. Yeah, so we have a world. Oh, the world is passed in here. Okay, yeah, so we should have a world. Oh, I can just get it from the save game subsystem. Wonderful. Okay, so I'm gonna imagine. Yeah. Okay, so we can get all the player controllers there. Wonderful. Okay, so I hope that they're all there. We're gonna need to do some things with them as well. So therefore, we don't want it. We're gonna treat them special. So should I do those first or last? Let's do it first. Well, no, because we want everything to load first before the players load in. Do I have to explicitly? What is this doing? What type is this? And if I do that, oh, okay, then it turns into a T-weak object pointer of player controller. Okay. Is valid and is local controller. Pilot, what did you put here for me? Oh, local is in like replication. Okay. I think that makes sense, right? So we're not serializing the player controllers on other people's machines. I think that makes sense. And then we call player controller serialize. Okay, there we go. Okay, what are we serializing here? Moxie. No, Moxie, come here. what are we serializing? I think we, yeah, just call the my project character. Let's do that there. And then we'd want to change. Where's the? There it is. Yeah, change this function. Wait, oh, it's save game archive, not F archive. There we go. Okay, so that's all wired up now. I think how I want it. I suppose we need to spawn it though. Okay, so player controller serialized, my project character. I guess that's gonna start off as null pointer, right? So if AR dot is saving, that's all well and good. Otherwise, we need to spawn it. And I already have some spawnage happening here. Yeah, I feel like I want to like reuse this code. That's why I'm looking at it here. Just trying to think like how would I want to share this? I would want the location needs to be provided, yeah. If player pawns contains, oh yeah, that's where I'm saving them there for teleportation. So I think it's just really this part, which is not that much. I'm just going to copy this for now. Let's just get it working and we'll think about that later. I guess we need game mode so we can get the default. Pawn. So game mode. Okay, the spawn transform. That's what I need to serialize first. And so if we're saving, we call on we'll save the transform like separately. Wait, are you fucking serious? There's no built-in transform. What is this? Okay, that's weird. I guess maybe it's just the type. It needs to be like changed into the... Okay, so that works. That was weird. This returns like... Yeah, why didn't that... Because it was const maybe, I guess? Yeah, that's probably why, because it needs to put... Yeah, that's probably why. Put transform in there. Result pawn, set actor location. I don't think that I need that there. Now I am... Okay, yeah, I think this would work. Result pawn. We need to cast save game object. On serialize. Okay. Okay, now we're cooking. Then we go in here, player controller, and if we're loading, we possess. Maybe I just do that in the controller. Oh no, I have to possess result pawn. Yeah, there we go. Do that there instead of there. Yeah, now everything needs to be like manually serialized. That is now the issue. And that would be ability system. Let's just start taking notes on what we need to serialize. So inventory, equipment, ability system component, attributes, potentially some more individual things here. Quest log. Action bar component. Not yet, because I don't have customizable hotkeys. So don't need to do that yet. Building component. What do you do? I don't think the building component does much. Default colonies. Yeah, so we do need some colonies. Character component. What did I put on here? You just have character info. Yeah, so you don't matter. Spawn info. Attributes. My dog, dude. Yeah, so we have multiple attributes. Yeah, so we need to do both. And honestly, these are all things that need to be serialized for my entities as well. So there's potentially some reuse that I can get here. But I should basically just make a call to each of these things. And you know what I should do? You know what would be easy? Let's do something like this. Get components. Wait, does this just return? Okay, nice. Nice. Why are you mad? Because it needs to be a T set. Okay. For each component in components, we're going to cast it to a save game object. Yeah, and we're just going to do that. And then that should, I'll just make sure that all these components have that if they should be serialized. Okay. And then I'll just put all the specific logic in there. Does that work? Now, for multiplayer, this is making me question myself, but maybe I just shouldn't think about that yet. Because for multiplayer, like, you could have one player get on. Should I put the player-specific stuff in a different file? Put each individual player in a different file? So that I can load that up whenever they like log in or whatever. I don't know. That's a decision for a different day, I think, when I actually get into the multiplayer stuff more. Yeah, let's just keep rolling with this. I'm just gonna put this list here for me to, like, remember. Now, colonies, I don't think is an actor component. And let me finish looking through this to make sure. Is sleeping might be one that we want to save as well. Although I think I may want to pop that out into a interface or something, because the entities also sleep. Let's not worry about that one yet. You can get woken up if you load the game. Yeah, colony controller. Yeah, colony controller is just a U object. Okay, so I think probably the most important thing are in this order right now. Quest log probably the least important. No, let me look at the ability system component. Yeah, we're getting back into the gameplay stuff now. Maybe I should just... I don't know how this was building. Ryder said it wouldn't. I'm going to comment this out for now. We're just going to see if we spawn. Although we are going to die, and I don't want that. Let's just see if we get everything spawned properly now. We'll do a test now before we get more complicated. for soft class path. No object. Okay, hang on. Where? What was I doing that was working? Oh, was it top level asset path? Yeah. There we go. How do I, like... I was doing this somewhere. Can't you just, like, load this piece of shit? Why am I being dumb right now? Why? I feel like this is a thing. What the hell was it? I was doing something here and then I changed it, but it was working. I just forgot what the hell I was doing. Let me look at, apparently you can serialize just a T subclass of. Okay, maybe let's just try serializing a raw class like this. We'll see if this works. I don't have high hopes. We'll see. We'll just see if that works first before we try and go off and do something we don't need to. You guys can go away. Don't need you anymore. I'm just going to assume this is going to work. Okay, new game. Would be no different. Okay. So theoretically, let's like move a little bit. Let's move on top of this hill over here. So theoretically, we should be able to spawn ourselves back there. Now, I think what's going to happen is we're going to spawn and take possession before the terrain's done loading or something, maybe? We'll see. Save game. Uh-oh. Okay, so we hit a breakpoint there. That's fine. Okay. Let's stop. Something kind of happened there. Oh. Hello. Hello. I didn't guard the, this spawn player. Yeah, so that kind of worked, actually. At first. Yeah, I do want to... I should offload this to the player controller, though, because it's just a little awkward here. Yeah. So let's try that load again. Oh, they worked. Yay. Okay, we did it first try. Are we getting better at this? Clearly not. Clearly not. Okay, we're gonna go on top of this rock now. And we're gonna save. Cool. Cool. And is all our stuff loaded here? Nav mesh is chugging away. All our stuff is spawned out here. Good, 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 good. And I guess, yeah, it all loads pretty synchronously? I mean, it doesn't though, right? It doesn't load synchronously. I think I'm just getting lucky. I think I'm going to need to ensure that the terrain chunks are loaded before I take possession of the player. Yeah, what happens when this gets serialized? Let me look again. Yeah, because we still need to build them. The meshes aren't automatically built anymore. Dumal, what are we working on? We're working on serialization today. We've gotten all of our terrain chunks, or procedural terrain chunks, to serialize properly. And now we're working on getting the player serialized. So we did successfully just load the player in the right spot, which is great. We've got all of our, we got our nav mesh serialized. It's continuing to build from where it left off, which was a huge issue actually the other day, but we got that figured out. We got all our PCG ISMCs saved. We've got all our terrain noise saved. So we're in a good spot. But now I'm thinking that, like, I may need to wait to possess the player until I know that the terrain chunks are actually there, because that does not happen automatically. I think I'm just getting lucky that a race condition is not happening. I'm thinking last player update locations. Don't I have a? Let me look at this. Player chunks to load. Let me take a little peek here. Yeah, I need to let the procedural terrain subsystem handle it. It needs to make a call to the controller as to when it's ready. Dispatch post login. Let me run around actually. On some nicer movement and a few bugs, and I'm going to release my game. Well, congrats, my dude. It's a big milestone. I need to make sure PCG is still generating around my guy. But I guess I'm like... I guess I don't need that anymore. Probably still important to call that function. Dispatch post login or whatever, though. I feel like it's still working. Keep running. Let's just see what happens. Oh god. Oh, I need to turn off the nav mesh. Okay. Running great. It does get a little laggy when everything spawns in, but that's mostly the slate log, output log there. And then there's also just garbage collection happening all the time because of PCG, so I need to figure out how to get that to knock it the fuck off. Okay, but yeah, we're like generating... God, the nav mesh is huge. Yeah, we're generating everything we need to. Okay, let's save. Okay. And load. Bro, that's so crazy how fast that loads. Yeah, so I don't feel like the endless terrain is actually working properly. Like, let me run this way. Did that actually load everything properly now? That's more proper-ish. I guess it kind of fixes itself. Okay. Yeah, this works for now. Let's just leave it like it is for now, so I can just keep working on other stuff. Because I'm gonna have to put some thought onto like the player flow for this, especially for multiplayer. Like, I think I'll probably want to change where this is done from, but it's not a whole lot right now, and it is working, so that's good. Let's just press forward and start serializing player stuff. So the first of which, let's do attributes. And so we're going to turn that back on. The attribute set base is like where all the health and stuff is. And that all gets initialized very specifically. Go. Come on, Ryder, work with me here. Mister, it's okay, buddy. May need to take the doggies out here a second. Get this wired up though. So we essentially just want to inherit the save game object on all of these. And then we want like a on serialize. Wait a second, let me look at the attribute set base here. Ooh, we have one built in. Okay. Wonderful. But can we do this automatically? I forgot I set this up. Maybe this is going to work beautifully. Let's see. Savable attribute. Oh, dude, I forgot this. I hated doing this. Record. Okay, we're gonna need to change this signature a little bit here. Mister, you want to go outside, buddy? Okay. I'm gonna take the doggo outside. He's whining at me. Poor little guy. Gonna pee his pants. That'll be our beat. Take the doggies out, and we'll be back to do some more serialization. Okay, we're back. We are back. Alright, where were we? Yes. We are trying to save the character attributes. Now, I wrote this function in order to iterate through all of the attributes that ever get added. Well, they have to be F-savable attribute. Okay, right. Because I wanted save game to do it. Probably a better way to write this, but we're just gonna, if this just works. This just works the first time, we'll leave it. If not, we will call it. Okay, so that's nice and refactored. We serialize there. F-savable attribute serialize. It is just a static function that iterates over everything and serialize it if it's a savable attribute. And that way I don't have to come in here and like update this every time I add something. Like add a new save game attribute, or not a save, a new gameplay attribute. Okay, so let's see what happens there. We will need to rebuild. And so maybe that should work for both of the attribute sets. That would be cool. That would be poggers. Ability system component. Take a look at you. You are not a save game interface. What do I need to save on here? The aggro table? Yeah, what would happen if if the player saves in the middle of combat? Yeah, I would think I would want to save like the current target and aggro table. Oh, and I think I store talents on there as well. I have some sangria. Tastes like flowers. So it's not great. But it gets the job done. Okay, new game. Okay. Jet windward. Okay, let's save. And okay, now let's try to load. Let's see if we get like our health back. That's what I'm looking for here. No. I'm dead. I have 0 health. Okay, so that didn't do a damn thing. Oh, it didn't even get called. Okay. Didn't even get called, so that's the problem. Okay, I suppose... Yeah, okay. I suppose... Not gonna work. Okay, so attribute set base on serialize. Why isn't that getting called? New actor component. Oh, is this not an actor component? No, it's just a U object. Okay. Well, that's annoying. So that's not going to get automatically called. Okay, we will do that manually. I wonder if that should also just be a part of serializing the ability system component, because both of those are like kind of attached to the ability system component somehow. So maybe that's a more intuitive way to do that. Now I know there's actually a little bit of complication here, specifically with the attribute sets, because of how I initialize the character. Because if health is 0, you die, as we just saw. So, and I also have this health regen gameplay effect that I need to be applied at a certain time, and then I also need to initialize the character's like stats and level. Okay, we did get there. Cool. Rio. Oh, please let me pass. I need to really stop gambling with that and just let it finish. I don't want to wait for it to finish though. Okay, I did save properly, right? So let's load. Okay, interesting. So we did end up doing some things. Can I get up now? Yeah, I can. Okay. I think I probably just died too soon, and also my health was at 15. Yeah, we need to put that at the end. Yeah. So on serialize, what are my other important functions that I need to keep track of? In an attribute set, which is called from setup ability system, which is called from possessed by. Okay. So let me look at that. So we serialized twice. Why? Why did it get called twice? Player controller began play. And then did we ever get possessed? Okay. So we're gonna log a couple more things here, so I can tell what's going on a little bit better. Didn't die that time, that's great. My health is not where it should be though. On serialized, we serialized two different characters? It says my character base C1. Where is that one at? Did that one already get like garbage collected or something? Okay. Yeah, not sure what happened there. It gets possessed, which means it does set up ability component. You realize this first, though. Put up ability system. Add spawned attribute. An ability system component. Go in here and add default abilities. I forget what exactly those are. Abilities give. Okay. And then new character effects. Okay, and then default. Okay, I get the difference. I get the difference now. I think. Okay, so we init ability system there. Component. Good. Init attribute set, which that one does nothing. This one, init attribute set. Is that what we hit? I hit increase attribute base values for level up. My character. Oh, so that probably. Let me search for this rather. Okay, there we go. A little bit more information now. Okay, so on possess we do all the ability system component stuff. I wish I didn't have so many goddamn locks. I should put the doing the owning ability system component here. But if we got to init character level, yeah. So that should not have been called init character level. Okay, set them all to the correct values for the level. Acknowledge possession. Unserialized and possessed by. Oh, I wish all those other logs could go away. I need to get back in the habit of using my log categories. I have just used the default log category for everything. Okay, so one thing possessed by. Okay, so maybe that's right. Maybe that's right. But let me. So I guess the issue is that we don't have the max health until we have set the attribute values, which clamps it or something, right? So there's a certain order we have to do it in. And we shouldn't apply all the defaults and stuff until after that. Okay, let me take a peek at the attribute set. We want a breakpoint there. I want to see the values before and after. Okay, what do we have here? Yeah, everything's 0 as expected. Okay, so health did get saved, yeah. Character level and mana. EXP and all that should get saved as well. There just weren't any values there. Okay, so that actually is saving correctly, which is awesome to see. That function I wrote a long time ago still works. Thank you, past me. Thank you, past me. But now I gotta figure out why, and I think I think the reason why here, and let's start walking through the execution. So we would have just called the on serialize. Here, did we already get possessed? Let's just throw a breakpoint everywhere. Begin play will have already gotten hit. The new game, we that stuff. Okay, we don't have to worry about that. Unserialized already got hit, so we're good. Okay, what? I guess what just happens from here? Now we are possessed. Makes sense. Means we will go to setup ability system. Now, I guess from here, let me take a peek at the colonist. No, attribute set base. Okay, our health values now. Max health is set to 0. That's the issue. Maybe. Same with max mana. Now that should be getting set. Once we've set up ability system and we have initialized here. So that's what we should be going to next. Yes, we're here now. So we do this part. Game instance is new game is false, so we're not going to hit that. Let me look down here. Health got reset to 1 right there. Okay, so I think I just need to throw one of these down here too. Up here rather. Come on now, Ryder. Jesus Christ. What are we doing? So if game instance is new game. I don't think we need that. I mean, might as well. Why not? I mean, that should be the case, right? So we only need to init health once that's... And that's why mana got initialized properly, right? And I would have figured, I guess, that this would have reset health or something. Okay, so the deal here is, let me explain this a little bit better. So I have all these attributes like strength, stamina, intellect, or let's just focus on stamina and intellect because those affect health and mana, right? How much stamina you have affects your max health, and same goes for intellect and mana. Now I calculate those with infinite gameplay effects that get applied down here after we set those attribute values. And setting those attribute values right now is based off of 2 things. One of them is just what level you are, and I have some tables for what your attributes should get set to. You can see me setting them all right here. And so this is like for level up, but not really for level up. It's works for level up as well because they need to change when you change level. And so we apply some... Interesting, because I apply the regen first. Would I not be doing that first? Health regen also plays into account here. Although health regen does need to wait 5 seconds before it starts, so maybe it's not an issue. It does seem like it's happening a little out of order. Because after we set the attributes, then we start applying the default character effects. And these are like health and mana calculations, right? This is what takes the stamina number and translates it and sets the max health based off of the stamina. It's like an automatic thing. Right, there's some other things that go into it as well. And then down here, I initialize health to max health. And mana to max mana. But only on new game, because those values should already be set when they come in, when we come in here. But it's interesting that health got set to 1. Yeah, and then I guess by the time my character loads in, the health regen has already happened a little bit, which is why I spawn in with like 15. Which seems weird. Yeah, I think that's all we need to do. I think that's the fix there, because mana looked actually fine. Oh my god, why does this always happen? Okay. Try to load again. Okay, let's load and see if we load with max health now. Okay, yeah, that happened. That happened. Yeah, we can kind of get rid of these now, I think. There I am, max health. Wonderful. Yeah, we spawned in correctly. Beautiful. Guessing from the crashes, you managed to multi-thread a ton of stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's always has been. It's a constant struggle with getting some of those to behave. That one specifically is that's I set PCG to multi-threaded mode, so that came with its own challenges. But that one was specifically like ending the game, the game session, like while all that shit was running. Like if I can end it when it's not running just fine, but it's like if it ends in the middle of it running, that's when it like throws a fit. That right there. But yeah, all the terrain chunks, all the compute shaders, all the, you know, building the dynamic mesh collision and stuff like that, all that's on a background thread. Loading and saving all of the PCG points from disk, background thread. Okay. That's working now. That's working beautifully. I want to go like take some damage, but there's nothing in the world to take damage from it. Okay, so that's. I feel like this is actually kind of a stable place that I want to commit things here. What are you talking about? Modify the save file for what? Oh, so why didn't that? Okay, so that only showed up on Twitch and not Restream. That's kind of annoying. Restream. How many messages have I fucking missed because Restream didn't pop them up? So you can see if you can save. It's all binary save files, so they're not human readable at all. JSON serialization is a thing, and I know there's a built-in archiver for that. I just haven't set that up. It's not like super important to me right now. It would help, I suppose. But that's why you just can't read the files, so you have no idea where to set it. Oh, you mean write code to do health -5? Well, there's also an asterisk on that, because me saving my attributes happens automatically, like dynamically here. So I'd have to be like, if property name, I'd have to find some way to do that here. So I'm not. If I was manually serializing the values, I could do that probably pretty easily. But here I have to like check the property name and stuff. Which you know, I'm gonna trust that it's working properly, because I did watch the values in the debugger, and the values were correct. So it would just be nice to see. Yeah, let's commit this. Set up player serialization. It's more so redo player serialization, because I did have it working at one point. Where's my serialize function? I should move that above. Yeah, let's move that above the possession, because it happens first. That way it'll be more clear when I'm scrolling through the file what the flow is. Okay, so those are both serialized wonderfully. Now, I kind of want to, let's skip the ability system component. We're going to move that down. Let's do inventory and equipment so I can get my weapons back and shit. Wait. Did they load this way? They shouldn't. No, they don't. Okay. Oh, no. Well. Bro, I haven't casted an ability in so long. No, it's not working. Okay, that one works. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, the fireball is broken. And so are all my... I don't know why... Forget which version I updated to that caused this, but like... That happened in another stream, and I was like, why the hell is that happening? Oh, it's broken. And then I just like, I forgot what I did. I just like opened the fireball thing itself or something. And then it just like loaded the texture or something. I don't know. Dude, you seriously not gonna let me, Dude, that's so dumb that you can't click the find an editor or browser thing or whatever. But yeah, that looks like shit. This is the texture. Okay, so we open the texture. Still bad? Oh, that's just the... That's not even the... That's the thumbnail that I took. That's not the right thing. What texture are we using? Here. Spawn. I have no idea how these old pieces of shit work here. Spawn. Where do I like... Where's the actual texture that it's spawning? How do I... I can see it. It's right there. It is a circle. Oh, there it is. Okay. And I gotta click up in the required section. Okay. No? Still no? There was something I had to do where I just opened a texture or something, and then it would actually resolve and not look like that. All of them are doing that too, which is weird. Oh, that one loaded. And that one does not load. And my sound effects aren't playing. Okay, well I can test mana save now. Oh god. Save 47 mana, that's what I should spawn with. Maybe a little bit more because the region might tick. 47 mana is what I had there though. Okay, see now I'm up to 56, so I think region ticked once or something on application. 65, 74, okay, 9, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so I don't know what the hell going on with Unreal Engine there. But yeah, let's load in equipment and inventory now. Inventory component. Okay, let's make you... Make you a save game object. Nice. Okay, I don't want to generate an inline definition. I would like to generate it in the CPP file, please. And that's just, you're just not going to give me that option. That's very nice. Oh, because it's not a, because it's not actually a function. There we go. That's why. Oh yeah, and you don't put virtual there, do you? Or override. Okay, so what we want to do in here, I think just inventory. I don't care about default contents at all. Yeah, so I think it's just the inventory object. Just inventory contents. And then you, my item, so I would just need to save like the class and quantity. Okay, so oh, of course I didn't add it to the class either. This is what happens when I don't have my writer autocomplete stuff. Okay, and so for each inventory contents, we are going to want a I guess storing the U class did work in that one place. Where was I doing that at? I guess I didn't even test that. Okay, well, we're gonna test it now. Okay, so we need to store the item class. And then contents, oh, can you access a map that way? Oh, because I'm storing it based off of its location in the inventory. Right. Right. Okay. So I just need the number of... Unless I want to save null pointer. What happens when you serialize a null pointer? Let's do this. Okay. So, I mean, I guess we can just directly serialize the slot indices. We don't need the number, right? Then let's do a for each over the slot indices. Okay, so for saving, that's gonna go. For loading, it just gets put in there. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so for the slot index, if we're saving... Oh yeah, and then I want to like... Oh yeah, what was that? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, filter it out. We only want the ones with stuff in it. Actually, I don't think I... Index not equal to index none. Okay, we'll do that as well, although I don't think that's the case. And contents... inventory contents contains that slot, which it should because we just got the keys. So I follow. I love JavaScript. Hell yeah. You know what? I love JavaScript too, to a certain extent. I like it a lot more. It gets a lot of hate. You know what I'm saying? People are afraid of implicit type conversions, and honestly, most of the reason people hate JavaScript is it can apply to any dynamically typed language, right? Apply to Python for the most part. But then there's, you know, implicit type conversions is one unique thing. Yeah, we shouldn't need to check that, so we should just be like, and that is not equal to null pointer. Yeah. Okay, so item class, if we're saving Yeah, we can just get the class and save it. Do I need to save the name? I don't think so. I don't think it fucking, because I don't name them specifically at all. I just let them get a automatically generated name. So we're just gonna, we're saving, and then afterwards, if we're loading, it's type conversion. Yeah, like the implicit type conversion, like I was saying. But I mean, it's not that scary, right? It's not like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be checking if an array and an object are equal to each other. Yeah. I mean, if you understand implicit what implicit type conversions are, then it's really not really an issue at all. If we're loading, we need to make a new one. Yeah. Yes. Okay, and then we need to clear that right here. And let's actually do we're saving else. Okay. If we're saving, item equals, yes, that, thank you. And then we serialize the quantity in there. That should just be straight, that should just get put straight in there. And then if realize the quantity there, and then if we are uh-oh. Okay, everything is frozen except for my webcam. Hello? Okay, we're back. Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, and then if we're loading, we just need to inventory add it to the contents. Yeah. Okay. That one, that's not too bad. Serializing maps is always like kind of annoying. Especially if there's like a pointer in it. I love when people bitch about JavaScript, because it's like JavaScript is a language that gives you a lot of rope to hang yourself with, and then they're like, oh my god, look at all the ways I can hang myself with this programming language, and you're like, well, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Stop that. And like when I was learning JavaScript, I never had to worry about any of the shit that people complain about it. Like, it wasn't until I like worked with it for years and ran into like some advanced cases that I actually have to worry about it. Am I online? Like, Twitch is like broken right now. My computer froze for a second, and then like my Twitch dashboard is showing that I'm like not live right now, even though Restream and OBS and YouTube are all showing me that I am. Okay, I guess there I am. Okay. Can someone say something so I know that I'm still like streaming properly right now? Because Twitch looks weird. It says I have 0 uptime and 0 viewers right now. No bitrate. But OBS. Let me go to my. Okay, I got an ad. Which always looks weird. Okay, thank you for saying something. Okay. And my other computer, like, did the stream crash for anyone? Or did I just get like some weird like power surge or something over here? Why are you whining? I made you a nice fluffy nest, and you're not even sitting in it. Such a little prince. Okay. So let's assume this works. Well, no, let's not. Let's assume it. Let's move on to the equipment component. We're going to do both at once. My confidence is sky high right now. Okay. Save game object. Okay, it's already on here. Get rid of that old signature. We don't want that anymore. New, sleek, streamlined signature is what we want now. I want to move this up actually now too. Oh yeah, we need to like handle all the equip side effects and stuff. Okay, let me copy this. We're gonna paste it in here. And move you up above. Yeah, right there. Both streams paused, but you were briefly offline from Twitch's perspective. Oh, you checked out YouTube. Nice. Did I actually? Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like, it was almost like my GPU, like, just hiccuped or something. Begin play will happen first. Now, init equipment component. I think that will happen first as well. Oh no, only if it's a new game, so it won't. Okay. Interesting. So load default equipment. I do want all that other stuff set up. Look at this little boy. Steals my chair. Any chance he gets. Yeah, so I still want this stuff to happen. But I don't want to load default equipment. I guess I could use the default equipment to I could put the serialized equipment into default equipment and have it be loaded, but and maybe I should just have the game instance in here as well. Then just do a little auto game. Yeah. Do that. We do that in a lot of classes already, so why not? Okay, so when the equipment component is serializing, what do we want to do here? So let's get this serialized. Now we're going to probably have to do a pretty similar thing. But we're going to have to do like the exact same thing. So I wrote a generic function to serialize a map where the value is a pointer. Is that going to come in handy more than this one time? Just copy all of this. And I don't think... I mean, we should do this anyway just in case. T-array, and now this is going to be a T-array of this. It thinks I don't want to serialize ammo for some reason. Yeah, we're just not going to serialize any null pointers that may be in there. Can I just serialize an array of equip slots of the enum byte? That's a good question. I don't know. We'll see if that compiles. Okay, 4 slot and equip slot. Item class, sure. You can keep that name. View my equipment. There we go. Yeah, we're doing the same thing, so I really want to create a reusable function for that, but let's just see if these work first. Okay, so, and then we iterate over, let's do if ar.is loading. Do that at the very end. I guess we can just do that here. There we go. Okay, let's reload and see if all that works now. "22 actions started." That out of here. Okay, so we're gonna have to start a new game. Okay. Spawn me, please. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there's my equipment. Okay. Save. Oh no, I did the thing. Oh no. Okay. Cool. Okay, so now let's load game. Oof. Yeah, okay. Handle equip side effects. Equip? Oh, it's there. Okay. Oh, the owner. Okay. I know what we need to do. What is in it? Contents empty. Contents. Okay, so now we're going to put that outside because we've correctly guarded it in here. And if that's the case, I think I can probably just, now we load default equipment, equip gear entry, equip gear. We have the equip, add to equipment, handle equip side effects. This is where we get the owner ability system component. And we do entity system stuff as well here. Oh man, I'm gonna start working with entities again soon. I haven't touched that system in a damn minute. That's gonna be fan-fucking-tastic. But I think that should work. We'll just leave that like it is for now. But it looks like it was like it serialized the classes properly, so that looked great. Like we were spawning the wood axe and everything. So this is looking nice. This is looking hot. I'll be honest, kind of hot. When I first started with serialization, it was like bending my brain, man. Like the little serialize operator just did not compute, and like how you had to do things in the same order. And like just that style of writing code, it just like, it did not compute at first. But now it is. Okay, so I think we can just load again. And it should be good now. No, it shouldn't. No? Okay, so why is owner ASC? Oh, because this didn't, did begin play not get hit yet? Huh. Begin play doesn't happen until after serialization? That seems weird to me. Because I spawned the thing, and I thought begin play would get called immediately. Okay. If that's not the case, then this needs to happen elsewhere. Because it, player controller. We possess after serialization? Wait, what? I need begin play to happen first. I'm gonna try that again. Does it not begin play until it's possessed? What order happens here? If that's the case, we're gonna have to init the equipment component from within itself. Congratulations, you initted yourself. Yeah, so I'm gonna do that real quick just so we don't crash again here. So yeah, let's just call that right at the top here. No, let's do that after, because do we reset equipment or anything? No? Okay, so yeah, we can just init equipment components. AR is loading. It's just, we'll do that so it doesn't crash, and then we'll see what order of operations we have going here. Moxie. Hit. Good. She just fucking popped her little butt right down. Okay, so yeah, we can load now. Which one happens first? Serialize happens first. Okay. Why did I think begin play would happen? What? Let me guess, the world isn't fucking valid. Because begin play hasn't ran. Yeah. Oh, it's so annoying. Can I manually call begin play? Is that a bad idea? What else happens in begin play? That just like ruins my whole flow that I had going on here. Because now possessed by is going to get hit first. Is that an issue? Yeah, because we set up ability system, we init the attribute set. Yeah, I'm just wondering if I should possess first, and I don't think so, because that's going to initialize like all of my fucking... That's going to initialize all of this stuff. Which I already got figured out. Okay, so this would get spawned. Yeah, it would literally initialize the character. Yeah, we need the serialize to happen first before possession. And I'm guessing begin play doesn't happen until after you possess it or something. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. So let's just, we're not gonna do that for now, or that. Replay, and let's like actually verify that that's the order that happens in. And then also, let's go into here, and let's call begin play manually. Which is weird because now it happens in probably the opposite order when it serializes versus when it's a new game. I don't like that. I don't like that. But I'm not seeing anything between begin play. I mean, load abilities, which I don't think matters at all. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that would happen in begin play that would need to happen in a certain order with possessed by. So yeah, let's just we're gonna load game and see what order these breakpoints get hit in. Okay, so we got serialize first, of course. Serialize, then begin play. Then serialize again. What? Wait, what? Oh, it's getting oh, right. Okay. Wait, okay. Serialize objects. Okay. Possessed by. Well, it serialized the inventory properly. That's good to see. And the equipment. Actually, it just didn't act. Why are my textures not loading? Like, what is happening? Handle on equip owner actor. Yeah, it never got initialized. Yeah, I get it. Let's see that flow again. And actually stop, drop, settle down, open up shop. And then I think I need to remove this from registering itself with the save game subsystem. I think it's add spawned actor, right? Yeah. Comment that out. Okay. Now rebuild. Okay. Let's load again and see that new flow. Because it was spawning the project character twice. Okay, so on serialize happens first. On serialize, then begin play, because I'm manually calling it. And then begin play again. Yeah, it doesn't like that, does it? Okay, manually calling begin play. It does not like that. It does not like that. That's really fucking annoying. Okay, so what's the option then here? I kind of figured some shit like that would happen. Let me look up actor lifecycle. Okay. Initialize components, post-initialize components, begin play. Okay, but spawn actor. Begin play. Maybe I need to do what I'm doing in begin play in like post initialize components. That's the on actor spawn. Yeah, maybe that'll work. I'm gonna hopefully put that above serialize function. Okay, let's try that again and actually select it. Okay. And honestly, sure, do all of it in, most of it in there. Nice, the fucking Legend of Zelda. Gotta be honest, the Pokemon ones are my least favorite. Like, they just don't flow very well. The Pokemon soundtrack is like too 8-bit, you know what I mean? I mean, I think basically, I think all of that. Fine. Okay, let's retry it all now. Okay, that looks good. We can delete this too. Hopefully, wait, did I delete the? I didn't. Yeah, that's not going to compile. Silly me. I'm gonna go grab another little glass of sangria while that builds. Give me 2 minutes. Okay. Super Zelen Freaks, if you're still here, it just started storming really bad where I'm at, so get your ass over here. Okay, let's load game and let's not crash. Okay, that's fine. Oh no, we're still hitting on serialized first. That's not good. Wait, no, but that's just because we didn't go. Oh my god. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, I thought that was gonna work. Okay. Okay. Maybe I just do something like this. Okay. Maybe we just do that. Call it good. That's so fucking annoying though. Like, you can literally spawn an actor. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's so that you have a chance to respond. Like, you have a chance to do things on the actor before begin play and shit happens. How's the doing things? Things are getting done. A lot of things are getting done. We're done with all the stuff. Still working on the things though. How you doing though? Just Sophie. Just Sophie. Welcome in. We're working on serialization. We got finished with serializing all of our procedural terrain chunks, our procedurally spawned, PCG points, trees, foliage, all that stuff. They load and unload at runtime very nicely. Serialized the nav mesh. Had some issues with that last stream, but got them all figured out this stream. I was at the top of your suggestion feed. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I don't even know what is suggest. Oh, you mean like on the left column or whatever. Interesting. Interesting. The Twitch algo is picking me up, huh? Okay, so we get post initialize components, then we get begin play. Yeah. Okay, and then on serialize again. Wait a second. Thought I fixed this. Wait, why are you still in here? You're not supposed to be in here. Oh, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Okay. It's still getting hit twice. And now we have this. What is this? What is this? How dare you? How dare you? Can I ask what game it is you were? Of course you can. I'm trying to make a combination of 3 different genres. I'm going for RPG, Colony Sim, and Roguelite. I'm thinking something like Vanilla WoW, plus RimWorld, plus Hades. And as a part of that, this is very RimWorld inspired, but I want, first of all, I want procedural terrain, fully procedural terrain, so we have a endless procedural world that we're generating with different zones and biomes and spawning stuff on it. And I also want it to be like a full colony sim. Like I want the whole world running, right? Like I don't want it to be that, put it in a simulation state or like just run an equation in the background when the player's not around. No, I actually want the entities walking around in the world. I want where you put your buildings to matter. You send them out to go chop wood. If there's a wolf in that forest, they're going to get attacked by that wolf, regardless of whether or not you're there. And I wrote my own ECS system in order to support that. And now I'm working through... It's a very loud thunder. But now I'm working through all of the technical challenges around having both procedural terrain and then also needing the world to be online at all times. Wonder how that affects performance. Not positively, I can tell you that. But I have gotten like 10,000 entities running at once at a reasonable frame rate. And it's even better when they're not all around the character, so ECS would be a sensible choice for the content. Yeah, I started with Mass, which is the built-in Unreal Engine version of that, but I wasn't quite happy with it. I felt it very difficult to do anything in, so I wrote my own. And now I'm just kind of like working through, like I moved all my noise generation into compute shaders, and I got like a marching cubes algorithm compute shader. And then I'm like manually exporting the vertex and index buffer data into the nav mesh so that the nav mesh is there at all times so that we can actually do pathfinding when there's no actual mesh rendered, right? Like we're not going to be rendering all the terrain because it's procedural, so we have to render it in chunks, like, think something like Minecraft. So what I've been working on recently is I'm finally getting to the point where I'm going to connect the two systems, the procedural terrain and the ECS system. So part of that difficulty has been working with PCG, which is the procedural content generation framework within Unreal Engine. And obviously I can't have, it is just an absolute ram hog, PCG is. So I'm kind of like just using it to generate points. And then I just kind of like serialize all those points myself. And then I'm just like reading and writing to those to disk, like at runtime. That way I don't have all these fucking points just like sitting in memory, just doing nothing. And then I just load them up when a colonist needs to like, go chop wood or like go pick a mushroom or something, and then I edit the points and save them back, and I've got a little caching subsystem for that. Dabbling with Bevy's ECS right now. Nice. Yeah, I know there's a lot out there. I'm always like a do-it-yourself, you know, rebuild the wheel kind of guy. Yeah, so what was the issue here? Yeah, the actor life cycle is not happening in the order that I want it to. Very cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're getting to the exciting part where we're finally going to connect these systems. I'm doing serialization right now because I'm going to need to iterate on the system, and I don't want to have to run the terrain generation every single time, because it does take, you know, pretty fast. You know, I can spawn, you know, the world in like 30 seconds, but serialization happens in like 2 seconds, so I would rather have that. But we're just trying to get the player stuff serialized here. Equipment and inventory is what we're working on right now. We just got the gameplay attributes serialized. Loving the stream? Thank you. Eric D420. That's a wonderful name. Does the D stand for Drong? I hope it does. But yeah, we're what were we doing here? We were trying to get the equipment to load. It was misbehaving. And I'll try to show you the world here if we can get loaded up properly. Here we go. So this is all serialized data. But here's and I'm just generating a very small radius around the player just for testing, so it's quicker. But this is the world, right? And then here's all the PCG points I was talking about. Every single little piece of foliage, every rock, every tree. There's some mushrooms in these forests. Somewhat poorly placed, but they're there. So that's all like procedurally spawned and stuff as well. And not too long ago, I got 3D noise working as well. So there's all these caves and stuff. I got noodle caves that are actually walkable, right? And so here's the nav mesh. There's the nav mesh. And so you see it's actually generating where there are no chunks yet. That's what I was talking about with exporting the vertex and index data. Like I'm using the custom geometry export, and I'm just giving it the raw like buffers to like all the stuff my compute shaders generated. And so there's no actual like collision here. And that's one of the challenges I've been working within, is that this whole ECS system, like there's no collision on anything, because that just absolutely tanks performance for the ECS, and it takes up a lot of memory for the dynamic mesh chunks, dynamic mesh components. And so there's no actual meshes there. But what I do is I wrote a couple of my own nodes within the PCG graph. First of which is to sample points on the chunk surface with the vertex and index buffer data that I was talking about. The same data I use to export to the nav mesh to, I can actually query it, and it's just a bunch of triangles. So I wrote like a nice little function to kind of do points per square meter, and we can do filter by normal for the direction that the face is, so we can handle like eventually like spawning some stalactites and stuff like that in these tubes. Yeah, right now it's shouldn't be spawning trees underground here in the caves, but that's going to be one of the next steps, is getting some vertex data to actually know where, for each point in PCG, where is it in the world, and what does that point represent, right? Is it water? Is it ground? Is it ore? You know, underground, height map, all that stuff. So the world sim won't need collision. That's what I'm aiming for. No collision. And so for some of my like ability traces and stuff like that, you'll see like on this one, I've already rewritten. It's actually doing an entity query within that sphere. And so I actually have like a system that will chunk all the entities and put them into a different world grid. And then that little trace there will be able to just grab a subset of all the entities in the world and iterate over them, and then it just does a distance check for that one. And then that one does like a little box. So I kind of have like my own collision system, kind of. It's just very rudimentary. It's just like I've got capsule, sphere, and box collision. And it just does like an iterate over these chunked entities. And that way it doesn't grab like, you know, the 10,000 entities that are in the world, iterate through all of them, check the distance on all of them, return the hit traces. Like, no, it just grabs the local ones because they're already that processor that's just kind of moving the entities into these different grids is just always running. So yeah, so having to work with no collision has been a challenge, and we had to write our own node to handle that there. We also have our own environment spawner node. This is kind of what kicks it out into the serialization stuff that I was talking about, and that's why we all these points that affect the nav mesh, we're gonna spawn even though the chunks aren't there. Whereas like all this foliage, like the foliage, all this grass, this is what takes up most of the data. So that's not spawned over here. That's why it just ends right here. So that's what we write out to a save file. Anything that doesn't affect the nav mesh, we write out to a save file. But for instance, something like, let's look for some mushrooms here. The mushrooms, I have all my entities working with state trees that run on background threads. Well, I guess they're not spawned, so I have to go over here. Duh. Okay, so there's these mushrooms, right? These don't affect the nav mesh, but colonists can, if they're hungry, they go search for food, right? And so I needed a system to actually figure out where these were in the world, even when they're not actually spawned, right? These aren't always going to be spawned when a colonist needs to find them. So I wrote a system to effectively query all of these serialized files, and all these serialized files are related to a data table row, and so that row will have information as to what the point represents. Like, is it food? Can it be gathered by hand, or does it need to be gathered by sickle? You know, what kind of resource does it provide? Does it provide stone? Does it provide wood? What tool do you need? Do you need a pickaxe? Does it need to be gathered or harvested? So there's different skill types, different resource types, and then different tool types. And those are all like kind of tagged on the serialized data. So I can search through the serialized data, you know, load the data in memory, search through it, return some points for the colonist to interact with. And then when they finally get there and interact with it, I will actually mark it as being collected from that serialized point set data. And then I'm going to have a respawn system, because there's all respawn data on that data table as well, for like how often all this stuff should respawn, right? And what their static meshes should be as they respawn. So we're gonna every so often tick through that respawn subsystem, and then potentially pick some of the points that have already been picked to respawn the stuff at. So that's what we got so far. Did we finally get the side effects that happened? No, we didn't. And I did have, I mean, is this working? Let me see here. Uh-oh, we're crashing. Okay, so, right, owner actor never got set. That's what we were working on. Owner actor never got set because handle equipped never got set. Right, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Wait, why didn't it get hit though? We should have gotten here. Okay, let me put a breakpoint there. Yeah, I tried, all of my entities are also vertex animated instant static meshes. And so if you never heard of VAT or vertex animated textures, it's where you take all of the animation data for a skeletal mesh and you bake it out into a texture. And then there are some built-in materials that can take that texture and effectively animate a static mesh to make it look like a skeletal mesh. And so that saves a lot of performance there, because I'm essentially animating entirely on the GPU at that point. And they're all in an instant static mesh component that's nanite as well. So they're just, all I have to do is move these instances around in the world. And as I do so, I'm sampling a blend space, the same one I use for the actor versions of the entities. and I can control their locomotion that way. Like I can actually send multiple different animations to this material that I have, blend between all these different vertex animated textures, and output like it'll effectively look like the smooth blend that you see from a blend space, where it's like goes from walking to running, you know. So that's pretty cool, and that's a very cheap way to render all of the entities that are out in the distance. Okay, what's equipment? Equipment is empty. So did we just not save it at all? Did we not save it? Well, no, because that's not true. Wait, where's this happening from? Oh, this is happening from serialized objects. No, this is where it's supposed to be happening from. Back to day job? Oh, you must be a European boy. You must be on the other side of the world. Well, have fun at your day job, I hope. Glad the Twitch algorithm is rocking well. I wouldn't give it too much credit. Yeah, so what order is all this fucking happening in? Lunchtime in Sydney. Ah, an Aussie. So we get post-initialized component. So wait, that is happening first now. That is happening first now. What the fuck? I thought that straight up was just not happening first. Okay. Equip gear entry. Item in slots. Is it backwards? Yeah, that's backwards. Okay. What's your fucking deal? One parameter but called with two arguments? Oh, I see the issue. Wait, what did I have in here before? Add to equipment. Oh, we need to do that just whole thing here. Again, got it backwards. Okay, is this happening in the right order though? Like, I'm super skeptical now. I feel like two players are getting spawned still. Okay, load again. If my guy is holding an axe when I spawn in, it worked. Okay. Oh, we just fucking crashed, so no, it didn't, did it? Okay. This should not be happening. I commented that out, so we're not adding the actors directly. Wait, how? Oh, because it's serialized in there, maybe? Yeah, I think we need to resave. That's the issue. Okay. So I think my post-initialized components change will work. Okay, please just work. I'm so ready to be done with it. No. Oh, I did load again. I was supposed to save. Ugh. Here, let's have a seat. Have a seat. My dog finally gave my chair back. That was very nice of him. Okay, let's do a new game here. Click the right button this time. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's save. No. Okay, we recovered. Oof. Okay, now let's load. You son of a bitch. Okay, because it was still... Oh my god, that's so annoying. You're creating U objects on a background thread. Never again. Never again am I going to do that. Cause nothing but issues. Okay, can we load successfully now? Oh my god, okay, and he's got the axe. Thank fuck, honestly. Okay, I think we're good. I wanted to see if my choppable trees still worked. I don't know if they will or not. Oh, they do. Nice. Okay, yeah, we also have choppable tree, like procedurally choppable trees. The textures are bad, I know. But like this will actually it's a static mesh, right? The rest of them are all static meshes. This is now like when it comes into contact with the axe, it turns into a dynamic mesh. And then it like it'll actually like deform it a little bit if I can hit it properly. It needs work, but there we go. And then it'll actually fall over when you chop all the way through. And look at that. Now I got some basic wood in my inventory, which was also my nickname in high school. There we go. And then it gives you wood commensurate to the area of the trunk you chopped. And then these ones do have collision on them for the player to walk into. Eventually, I think I'll set up like a little colonist production line where you have to like bring those logs back to the colony and process them in some way. But yeah, let's make sure let's save now. Save. And then let's load. And see if I still have that wood in my inventory. That's a pretty good test there. I feel like the rotation changed. And okay, my inventory did not change. That's not good. Okay, I'm gonna change my equipment. Saved. Let's load now. My health is different as well. Okay, the equipment was successful. Let me do some like Oh, I need a target. Okay, I have 199 arrows now. Does that persist? That one persisted. Okay, it just didn't, Oh, it says none here. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the wood item did not persist. Okay, we'll have to look into that. I think maybe the items need a little bit more serialization work because some of them have classes and some of them don't. Working for the most part. That may be where I end it for tonight. Getting pretty late for me. I need to get to bed. But thanks everyone for being here. Let's see if there's anyone to raid. We'll send you guys over to Brightside Movement. Yeah. Good progress tonight. I'm happy that we got everything serialized and working. I think I got farther than I thought I would. I'm glad the nav mesh was worrying me. That was the biggest worry. But we got that figured out. Player's looking like it's coming along nicely too. I've got to figure out the inventory, but shouldn't be too bad. So yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. I will see you the next time that I see you. Later, guys.